All right, first of all, we're going to grab that stabilizer sleeve that we have left. It was 9 by 17 and a half.
It's like,
Oh, good afternoon. Welcome to Quilters Candy Shop. I'm Bobby Sukup, and Margie Wallace is monitoring this and kind of being my, I don't know, she's in charge. So we are calling this finishing day on the ultimate bag. We've done a lot of chores to get to this point. And now we're at the end. Woohoo. So now we'll grab the stabilizer sleeve.
any question?
Oh, I already asked. Does anybody else have any questions before we start? Now, all we're going to do is hem both ends of this. All righty. And we're only going to turn it under once.
And what piece are you on?
I said I'm on the stabilizer sleeve piece, Margie.
Okay.
All right. And it's 9 by 17 and a half. And we're going to do both ends. And she says just to turn it under. I'm always afraid it's going to ravel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zigzag this, because this is never going to show in the bottom of my bag. But I just don't want threads to start working down there. So I'm just going to run a quick zigzag down this, if I can remember. Because I just don't like threads. I mean, you would think looking in my sewing room, I like a lot of threads, but let's get that to about a 3. Because all we're doing is really catching it. It's not going to take much wear and tear down there because it's all sewn in. So all I did was zigzag that side. You know, it's not going to show much. Like I said, this is going to be at the bottom of our bag, and we're going to do the same thing to the other side. Just turn it over 1/4 of an inch or so. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then we're just going to zigzag down it. All right, now our sleeve is ready to attach. So instead of, the directions will tell you to measure in 9.5 inches, and that's great if you're a perfect sewer every time. I would rather we just fold it in half. We're going to mark half on the top with a pin. And we're going to mark it half on the bottom with a pin. Don't forget to turn your machine back to straight stitch. I better do that right now. And then we're going to take this big, what is this called? The side strip, and we're going to find the middle of it. I guess I can take that off now because I know what it is. And we're going to find the middle of the inside. And I'm just going to stick a pin there.
Are we putting the feet on afterwards?
The feet. Oh, yeah. This is the time we're going to put the feet on too.
After we put the lining in?
No, we better put them on now. You're right.
Okay.
She does buttons. I'm not a real keen on buttons. I think buttons would look kind of tacky. So if you've got your feet and you want to put them on, well, let's do the stabilizer sleeve last, or we'll put it on later on. Let's go ahead and measure all this other stuff. And so that we can get our straps on the sides. And then we're going to have this all measured off to where we know where to put our feet, our 6 feet. So let's go ahead and so we're going to measure in 7 3/4 and draw a line. And we're gonna measure in 3 3/4 and draw a line. I'm gonna use this, I think. This is one we have here at the shop. It's kind of been through a war.
Hey, which big piece are you using that's quilted?
Yeah, the quilted one that goes up and around.
So it's the
It's called the, I just threw the
side strip.
side strip. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're marking 7 3/4 in. Now, what did I do with my? Oh. We're gonna mark 7 3/4 in. And you want to use something that will disappear.
Is that on your top sheet or the top one or the bottom?
No,
one?
this is on the inside.
Inside, oh, that's not kind of
Oh,
what
wait
it's,
a minute. No, 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 no. This is
no,
on the. Yes, this is on the outside.
okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, we want to mark it on the outside. Okay. And then we want to mark what? Oh, I thought you said something.
Caution.
Oh. Then we want to mark 3 3/4 inches in. Okay. And as you can see, my sewing was not very straight, but it'll be fine. Okay, so we got 3 3/4 in. And now we want to go 13 1/4 in and 13 1/4 in. Oh man, I don't have much room here. Let me move my machine.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to keep up. The first one was 7 3/4 in. What's the second? The first one was 7 3/4. What's the next one?
The next one will be 3 3/4 from the side. And that's where we're gonna lay our strap.
Okay, so like just pick one end and come in 3 3/4.
Right, and draw a line. So
And
you'll
the
have a
first-
T. So you'll have a T down there.
Okay, show me your markings if you don't mind.
Nope, right there.
Wait, I can't see it.
Can you see them? Can you see them? Here's one.
Come
Oh, 3 3/4 up from the bottom.
Right, right, from the side. Yep. And then 7 3/4 from the end.
3/4 from the, okay.
From the
Okay,
end.
I think I got it. I'm gonna do it real quick.
So on
Okay.
page 9 has all the dimensions on there.
And then we're gonna turn it around and do the same, or we went in 13 3/4 too. So we're gonna turn it around and do the same thing on this side. I've got to get my machine out of the way. Okay, so we want to come in 7 ouch, where's that pen?
Okay, I'm sorry to keep asking questions, but on my instructions, the first set shows 9.5 inches.
That's where you're gonna put your sleeve. Don't worry about that one yet. That's on the back, and that's where we're gonna put our sleeve.
Okay.
But let's get these on first. Let's get the straps on first, and then we'll put the feet in, and then we'll do the, then we'll cut it for the back. So let's just do 7 3/4 on the other end.
This up and down line right here is 7 3/4.
And what was it? 3 3/4 in. Three and 3/4.
Isn't what you're just doing for the button placement?
No, well, it is and it isn't. Right now, it's for the strap placement. And it's where we're gonna cut too. It's
Oh.
where we're gonna trim down this middle.
Oh, okay.
So then we're gonna go, and yeah, it's gonna be for the button placement in the end. But we might as well do all the marks at one time. So then we're gonna go in, what was it, 13 1/4. Okay. Why are they measuring? Oh, and then 17 1/4, which should be about halfway between these two. Okay. But yeah, we're also marking because this will pretty much be where our button placement is. Or our tabs. All right, so between the 7 3/4 line and on each end, we're going to measure up and we're going to draw a 2 3/4. Oops, I want to get on this side. A 2 3/4 line from the 7 3/4 line on each end. This is probably the most complicated. Oh no, this is just for the button placement. So if you want to just draw a line across to make intersections down here, let me show you. Just draw a line. You don't need to draw a continuous line because all we need to know is where we're going to put those buttons. So
Come over.
here.
Yeah.
All we're going to do is figure out where we're going to put those buttons. So all we need is kind of like an X. I mean, you've drawn the other line. So now all we need is just like a little X so that we know that that's where the buttons are going to go. Same on the other side, 2 3/4. Oh, if I can get my ruler up there. And I'm just going to draw, so I've got a little cross. Well, we'll try. Okay. So now we can do those buttons right now, or we can do them after we put the straps on, but let's just go ahead and get them on. And then we can put the stabilizer sleeve on. What? I gotta get some out of here. Vegas. Okay. So we're going to use 6 of these. And all I do is I just take my scissors and poke a hole. Well, maybe not. Maybe we're going to have to cut it just a little bit. But you don't want a very big hole. You'd rather have your dealies make them, your feet. And if you don't want feet on your bag, don't do any of this. Because you don't have to put feet on your bag. Okay, so all I did was put just a little hole in there. And I'm going to go around and make all my holes now so I don't end up losing my markings. Because I just use chalk and chalk rubs off really easy. Is it hot everywhere at everybody's place? It's 90 degrees here today. It's crazy.
Yeah, we've had our air conditioner on all week.
Wow. I mean, I love it warm, but this is almost a little much.
Well, I
Okay.
think for me, it's more the humidity factor.
Oh,
I-
yeah,
I can
Yeah.
handle 100-degree heat with not a lot of humidity, but you get that humidity in there, that, 85 degrees with a lot of humidity can make it seem unbearable.
right. And then you just stick them in just like a brat or just like a, I don't know, paper attacher thing. I don't know what they call them. But you just stick it in and you're gonna open it up.
Those are called
And because-
brads.
Because we're gonna have our stabilizer sheet in there, it's gonna hold them in there. I mean, they're not gonna work open because that stabilizer board is gonna hold that. So yeah, once you get an opening big enough for them, and you don't need a very big opening, just enough to get them through, then what? Then, yeah, then just open them if they want to open. Sometimes they like to be stubborn. Yeah, and just bend them down. I put 6 on it mainly because that's what the pattern says. Oops. Oh, that's the one I didn't get. I knew there was one I didn't get.
We also talked about maybe using some super glue.
Yeah, and if you want to, you could always super glue them on the back, or you could take some thread and stitch them down so that they don't move. But like I said, your acrylic board is going to be on the other side of this. On Rachel's, I found some screw-in ones. I was not real happy with them because she's already lost one. So obviously they were not the right choice. But I thought, boy, screw-in would be better than these, and they're not. Oh, man. I should be eating my Wheaties this morning. Well, go in there. Okay, there's. We're not going to put the stabilizer in right yet because we just don't want to work around it, but we will. We're gonna sew that sleeve on. Come on, Nellie. You think you got it all the way through, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just takes one more little push. There we go. I like these because I think they add a lot to the bottom and they're cheap. There's nothing, I mean, they don't take much. And in all honesty, I mean, you can always, if you lose one, you could always put another one in pretty easily by sticking your hand underneath the stabilizer board and just opening a new one. All right. All right, so this is what your back should look like. It should have these T thingies in it. They're not going to be in our way sewing or anything. So now we can line this up. And we don't have to worry about just sewing the wrong sides to the, I mean, we don't have to worry about it because this is all going to get caught in our binding. So I'm just going to stick a couple 3 pins in, and then I'm just going to sew it on each side in about 1/8 of an inch and get it tacked on there. Of course, right sides up. It doesn't take a lot of pins because, like I said, this is just your stabilizer sleeve. It's not going to, nobody's going to see it. And the reason you want it open at both ends, I think, is so that if you need to wash your bag, you want to pull that stabilizer out, that stabilizer deal. But once we get this puppy birth, it's pretty hard to get that out. It's there. Okay. So now I'm just going to sew this down. Just do a 1/8 of an inch, just catch it on the edge. Oh, where did I put my pins? Okay. Right, I'm gonna catch this other set. And you can kind of feel those threads. I mean, they kind of catch, but they're never going to be anywhere you're going to sew, so you're not going to have to worry about hitting them. I'm sure your needle wouldn't like that at all. Okay, so now we have our stabilizer sleeve on. I mean, we pretty much just tacked it on. And now we're going to go back over to the front side and we're going to work on our tabs. And these are what we're going to work on right here. These tabs. All right, so let me make sure I read what they said. So it's 3 1/4 in, and it's going to line up down here on the bottom. All righty. So again, you're going to have to use pins because you can't get a clippy in there. Oops, I better have a longer pin than that. That's why I like these flower pins. Okay, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna sew that square again. But why is this so much longer? 7 3/4. How long is
Bobby,
this?
mine's the same way.
I know it should not be. Well, let me go back and look at these. These are 13 1/2. I know they are. Handle stabilizer. Okay, so they're saying it should be, maybe we should have trimmed them down. I didn't trim down, I don't ever, oh, yeah, they should be 1 1/2 by 7 inches. And I know they're longer than that, so we're gonna need to trim them down. I'm probably messing you up more than I am helping you, and that's gonna make sense. So we're gonna take these tabs down to 7 inches. Let me make sure that's gonna be right.
Yeah.
Before you cut, don't cut yet. So if I put that pin there, and if I line that up on that line, then I'm perfect. Yeah. So from here to here, you need to be about 7 inches long. From the top of this to the bottom, you need to be about 7 inches long. Oh, there goes my ruler. I don't remember cutting those, but I must have because they worked. So I want to cut these 7 in. Ouch. Okay, and I'm just going to cut them both at the same time. Where's my cutter?
Hey, my feet were just delivered.
Oh, good.
Just in the nick of time.
I know, right?
No kidding. Okay, so now when we put this on, oh, let's put it the right way. Now we're just over the top a little, and that's where we want to be. Okay, so now I'm going to pin those back on. And go back to my sheet where I went. Okay. And now we're gonna come up here and we're going to, and you can use the same square that we used before if you want. You know, the more you sew in the same place, the less it's gonna show. Plus, the easier on your machine because you've already paved the way. Okay, so let's sew one end on and then we'll go get the, oh, great. The machine unthreaded itself. I love it when that happens. I think it gets harder and harder to thread machines as you get older. My machine had a automatic needle threader, but of course that's worn out. One of the things I used a lot.
So do we start sewing at the 7-inch mark?
So what you can do is, yeah, we're gonna sew down. And
But
all you have to do is sew it down because
But the-
we're gonna catch it on the bottom. And we're gonna sew a square up here. Right
the
where you
end-
have your other square.
Yes, but the end needs to be down close to that 7-inch, right?
Yes, 7
Okay.
3/4. Yep, yep. Yeah, that's where it should line up, is down there.
What was the length that we need to trim it down to?
7, little over 7 or 7-ish. Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
okay, so. I'm gonna start down.
Did you put the wrong side down or the wrong side down against the,
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
hide your seam. Yep,
Okay.
or hide your, yeah,
thank you.
yeah. What? And then we'll just tack this on. I'm going to sew across the bottom just because I'm already there. And it's easier than just picking up and going on. And then I'm going to come back up the top to the top. I'm trying to stay on my same line I did before. Let me get rid of this thread. And then I'm going to sew my box up here. Okay, so across. Oops. Across. We're going to sew down. Whoops. So across. It's kind of a big hunk of stuff to maneuver around. But once you do this, then it's all done. Okay, so now I'm going to go up diagonally. I'm going to sew across the top one more time. And I'm going to go down diagonally and then sew across the bottom one more time. And then this one's as solid as it's going to get. Whoops, gotta put your foot down. All right, so it has just a little bit of play, but not a lot of play, and that's fine. I mean, that's what we want. We want this to be hooked in there, and we want it not to have a lot of play. So then we're going to go to the other end. Oh, See, my lines already disappeared down here. That's the bad thing about chalk. Okay, where's my big fat ruler? Huh. Oh, here it is. I'm going to remark this line. I can barely see it. I'm going to get these feet out of here that I didn't use.
And the cutter should be closed.
Yeah, Archie's always on me for that. And I really just need it in the middle. Oh, that doesn't look right. Looks like the other one was a little lower. Okay. Come on, don't shift on me. Okay. And I can barely see this line, but I can see it. So I'm going to tack this on. Looks about the same. You can see my stitching was not quite square. Oops, I got to have a bigger pin than that. And actually, one pin here is going to hold this enough. Okay, so I'm going to start down. Last time I started at the bottom, but I don't think it matters. Start down. We'll go across the bottom, close to the end. About 1/8 of an inch across the bottom. Although it's never going to show where it's at. Come back up. These strings. That's the top. Diagonally. Oops. Should lift up a little. And then across the bottom. I'm going to sew up diagonally. And then across the top again. And that should do it. Oh, wait a minute. Did I get all my diagonals? Yeah. And back. Okay. And now it should look like this. It should have this at the one end, your little feetsies, and then this at this end, or the same at the other end. All righty, so now we're going to add some pockets, and the pockets are going to cover these raw edges so you don't see that. You don't see that piece. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to measure in 1 inch up here, and we're going to go to this line. So let's do a measurement 1 inch in. And what we're doing is we're making it so the pockets will be, let me get down here to where there's a 1 incher. Okay, so I'm just going to mark here on the end 1 inch. I'm going to mark it pretty good because I don't want to lose it. And then I'm going to go up here to this line, which I keep losing. And it's right up there. And then I'm going to take that off. The 1 inch to that 7 3/4 line. I'm going to take that off. Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm just going to do one side at a time because sometimes your thread will pull. So we're gonna mark 1 inch up here. Oh, my Choco liner doesn't want to write. And then I can see my line down here. But I'm gonna make it a little darker. What I like about the Choco liner is that okay?
Mhm.
And then I'm just gonna cut that off. All right. Everybody see that? So all you're doing is measuring in an inch. And then you're going down to that line that we lined up our thingamajiggy on. Thingamajiggy. Okay. And then we're gonna find pockets A and B. And they should be your ones that just have your border and your binding on them. They should be, oh, I guess that's the border. I was gonna tell you how big the pockets were, but all righty. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna line this up right along the bottom of that tab. And again, it doesn't hurt to throw in a couple pins. Maybe one at the end, one in the middle, because you can always hold the beginning, but you're starting at that line that you just cut. And you're going across the bottom of this tab. Now I don't need another one. I'll just put one in the middle. Well, maybe I won't. It's gonna be in my pen. Okay. So then we're gonna sew across this, and we're gonna sew a 1/4 of an inch across this. We'll get it over here. I
You got your
should,
zippers.
what?
You got your zippers.
Oh, yeah, I don't want my zippers in there. Maybe I should use the 1/4 of an inch foot. I'm not a good gauger at 1/4 of an inch, so it's always better to use a 1/4 of an inch foot. All right. I really want to catch those edges. Because I don't, although we're going to sew this again, we're going to sew it down, so it's going to have a lot of strength to it. Whoops, that was the wrong button. Okay. And now we're going to fold this up like this, and we're going to sew across this bottom a 1/4 of an inch. So then just sew across this bottom a 1/4 of an inch. And if your other one is in the way, you can always grab some clips, flip it up so that it doesn't hinder you. So yeah, so now we're just going to sew across the bottom, and that's going to catch both of those seams in there. So we're not going to have anything unfinished in this pocket. Okay. And you're probably wondering why this is bigger like this. And the reason it is we're going to sew this along the side at 1/8 of an inch. And what it is it makes this pocket a little bigger. So if you want to throw a water bottle in it or something in it that's a little bigger, it makes a nice pocket. So if you want to clip this along the edge as we're sewing it, and this we're only going to sew 1/8 of an inch because we're just catching it. But make sure you're catching both layers and then just sew it along. But it hides that strap and it also makes for a little bigger pocket because now we're going to have this little bow here. Okay, we'll just start on the bottom and we'll just sew 1/8 of it. I gotta get that out. All righty. See how nice that little pocket is? It's just going to be great for a water bottle, for a baby bottle. I don't know, for a bottle of booze, whatever you want. And as you can see, my bottom isn't totally perfect. This pocket was just a tad bigger than my, and that's just from quilting, just trim it off. Like I said, don't sweat the small stuff. It's all gonna go together great. I'm gonna trim a few threads here though, because I don't wanna, but that's the one pocket. Now we're gonna go over to the other side and we're gonna do the other one. Yay, if I can find it. And you just butt it up against and sew it across. And a lot of that is, it just depends on how after you cut it, if it, actually, I think I'm just gonna clip it. Because where's it gonna go? I'm gonna clip it on both ends. Pretty good. Or on this end anyway.
You didn't cut that side.
Whoa, wait a minute. Maybe I want to put this on the right side. Maybe I want the right side out.
That doesn't look like you cut the inch.
Oh, you're correct. Yes, we got to cut the 1 inch and the, yes. Very good. Okay, so we want to mark that. And I want to cut it to that line. I'll mark this one. And I'll cut it to that line. All right. There we go. And you want the wrong side up when you're sewing this, so that the right side will be up when you turn your pocket. If not, it just takes a little ripping. Nothing's a big deal. Either that or you just say, hey, that's how I wanted the pocket to look. I mean, it's bound on both sides, so it's not like it's going to matter. Throw those clippies over there. And I'm just going to sew my 1/4 of an inch across. Oh, get out of there. Whoops. Okay, so then we're gonna flip this one up and sew it on. Oh, first we're gonna sew across the bottom. And again, I'm gonna bunch this up so it's out of my way. Well, people think the shop's over. Which is crazy. Margie just got done with the shop hop yesterday. Oh yeah, and happy May Day, everybody.
Speaking. Yes. No, I do not.
Oh.
No. Sorry.
Right, you answered that. All right. So now we got that all tacked on. So let's sew these sides up. I guess we'll just stick a few clippies in. I love clips. I have twin granddaughters that are graduating, so I'm trying to get them duffel bags made. I'm doing the, I don't know what the pattern's called. So I used all of my clips on their strapping. So I had to swipe some of Margie's. Okay, so here again, we just want to do 1/8 of an inch because we're going to bind this, but we want to catch it good. All righty, now we'll do the other side. All righty, so now we have the bottom and the sides done. Woohoo! Isn't that pretty? Okay,
Take 5.
oh, you want to take 5? All righty. Margie says we're supposed to take 5. Has it been 45 minutes? Oh, Lordy. Okay. And then we're going to start on the zipper strip. Where did I put my pants? Okay. Oh.
When are we taking the 5 right now?
Yep, if you want to take 5, we'll take it right now.
Okay, thank you.
It's bobbin winding time.
True enough. I got a headache. I got a headache. I don't think I better. I'm gonna change out my needle because I sewed all day yesterday on this needle. And I want it really sharp as we're going forward. The nice thing about these bags is I found when I started to do the duffel bag, it was pretty much the same stuff. I mean, you make the pockets the same, you do the sides the same. So that's kind of nice. Now that you have a handle on it, you can grab any of our other bags. I just didn't know if the girls would like this weekender. So I thought, oh, I'll make them duffels. They may not like them either. It's hard to know with teenagers. Make sure my needle's a little tight. Okay.
How long does it usually take you to quilt your material before you can start sewing?
Oh, gosh. 2.5, 3 hours.
That's it? Mine took 12 hours.
Well, you probably did a lot better job.
No, mine aren't straight.
But so much of it is covered. I mean, like this. I mean, you look at this. So this pocket covers this. You know, of course, this is the bottom. This pocket covers this sewing. We're going to put pockets over the front and the back. I don't know. I just don't sweat it. I mean, and every time I think I'm going to do a better job, and I didn't do any better on the girls. But I think it was one Saturday night, didn't I quilt this? It took me about 3 hours. I mean, 3 solid
Saturday
hours.
afternoon.
Oh, and Saturday afternoon. So it may
You
have
got
been
done
one.
at 5:30 and gave it away at 6:30.
That's right. It was Saturday afternoon. Because I got it done at 5:30 and took it to her party at 6:30. It was hot. It was hot off the press.
What duffel bag pattern did you use?
The by Annie's runabout duffel. Is that what it's called?
Roundabout?
I've got it here. This is the one I used. Yeah, round trip duffel. And as you see, it's got the same pockets in the front, the pockets on the side. The only difference is this handle has this square in between. And she says that's so the handles will fall down easily. I don't know.
Oh, well, that's
But
cute
yeah,
too.
it's the same basic thing, except that it's long. Actually, it's not longer. It's only 20 inches wide. So I'm hoping it's big enough for them.
That's
But
cute.
like I said, you never know if they're going to use it.
That's right.
So I don't know. I mean, they'll either like it or they won't. And if they don't, they won't use it. I've been there enough times to know. All righty. So now we're going to pull out these zippers.
Everybody back?
Is everybody back?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So now we're going to pull out these 2 zipper tabs, or the top zipper tabs, and your long zipper, which should be longer than your, it should be longer than your piece. And if it is longer, and you can pull these clear off to the side and keep it closed, it'll sure make it easier. And then we'll just make sure before we cut it off to get them back in the middle. Yeah. All righty. The other thing you want to do is you cut this in half when you did it. You want to make sure that you're not matching it up like this, where these flowers don't go together. I mean, it doesn't matter because you're going to have the zipper in between. But if you look, there's 2 sides that really go together. So you kind of want to do that. Did anybody watch by Annie's deal this week on zippers? I thought it was pretty interesting.
Lots
Yes,
of information.
Boy, it was, it was.
I almost have to go back and rewatch it just because there was so much.
I know it. I learned a lot because she was talking about how you just barely, I mean, you just don't have this all the way to the edge. So then when you flip this over and you tack that down, there's no raw edges. That's why there's no raw edges on her bag, because we're gonna sew it right along there and there will be no raw edges. So what we'll do is we just have that zipper just barely, or the cloth just barely inside. And we're going to lay this down wrong side. I do like to sew on the cloth side.
I'm
though.
sorry,
She likes
wasn't
to-
here. What
She
size
likes-
is
oh,
that
okay.
zipper?
It should be your one complete zipper,
Okay, thank you.
the 30 incher. And
Thank
if you're not gonna need the whole 30 inches. So slide the tabs all the way to one side and it'll be closed. And then before we whack it off, we'll move them to the middle. So we're gonna line this up. She likes to sew on the zipper side. I like to sew on this side because I like to see what I'm doing. But you just don't quite have it all the way to the edge. I mean, you don't line these up to the edge. And then when you sew your 1/4 inch on the fabric. I'll show you. I'll do just a little bit of this. Oh, I hate those pins. Okay. So I'm going to line it up just a little bit and then I'll show you how I sew it. Dang it, I keep pulling those big pins. So we're lining it up and it's not even 1/8 of an inch past the fabric. Dang it. Okay, and I'm going to sew this much and I'm going to show you what I mean. Can you see my sewing machine? So when I'm lining up my 1/4 inch foot, I'm not lining up on the outside of the zipper. I'm lining up on the outside of the fabric, which is pretty easy to line up to because it's so fat. But I have so many sewing lines on this. So I lined up my 1/4 of an inch on this, not this. And then when I go to turn this over, this zipper is going to hide my raw edge. I'm going to sew it right along the very edge and it'll hide that raw edge and I won't have any raveling. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. That was her big take on zippers. Obviously she's sewn millions of them. I do wish that they didn't have the metal tab. If you have the metal tab, be really careful if you leave it on. Make sure it's way past the edge. It's really hard on your needle. As a matter of fact, you'll be changing needles. But we'll just, I pin this on because, I don't know. I'm kind of a pinner. I've learned in life, you can either sew it once or you can end up sewing it many times, and I don't like to sew many times. But again, this is the wrong side. But my zipper is facing, the tabs are on this side. So we're sewing to the right side of the zipper, the wrong side of the fabric. And see, I just pull them clear over there, get them out of my way. That way I don't have to slide them when I'm halfway through and move them back, and they're just totally out of my way. But before I clip it off, I will move them because I sure don't want to rethread the zipper feet. Well, you can, but I don't want to. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and sew a 1/4 inch. Oh, that really blended in there. I missed my seam. Can't see my pins. They're orange. Blend right in. What? You didn't start the video?
Video started, Christian started.
I feel like there's a pin there, but there's not. Yeah. Shoot, I got off again. And if you get off, just go back and try and get that good 1/4 inch seam. And a lot of the reason you're getting off is because inside there's that zipper that's kind of holding up your foot, and every once in a while it wants to jump off track.
Are you
Oh,
using a
no.
zipper foot?
No, I'm using my 1/4 inch foot.
Okay,
And then we're going to come back and we're just going to tack this down. And see, I'm going to tack it down with black thread. I don't know. I mean, that's what I've got in, and I really don't want to wind another bobbin of green just for this. Plus, I'll be honest, I don't have a lot of different colors of thread. I sew in gray, dark gray, beige, white, and black. So I don't keep a lot of different colored threads on hand. When I have to do something like somebody wants their pants hemmed, because once people find out you can sew, everybody's at your door. Then I have to go get get thread to match their pants. Oops, that one's off a little bit, so I'm going to catch that. And you can see that as you go. I've got a little bubble there. I really want it to be even. All right. And if you don't want to pin this down, there's nothing that says you have to. You can just finger press it on your way through. It's just easier for me to get it held down just a little bit before I start. And then we're going to sew right along the edge of this. And that's going to, I'm going to find my stylus. And that's going to, whoa. That's going to cover all of my raw edges.
Hey, Bobby, last week you had mentioned that there was a spot in this bag that you had done for Rachel and it kept, it was fraying a lot. Is this where you were having that problem?
Yes, and by doing it this way, you don't have that problem. Because we're going to have, see how it's all caught underneath there.
Right.
So she didn't say that in her directions, but she said it on her video. She has a lot of great videos on by Annie.
how far over are you going?
Not very far at all. See this?
Okay,
Here, let me pull it out.
I can see it.
Yeah, not very far at all. Just
Okay.
catching the edge of it. And that will also seam that in. But yeah. Now Margie will call me and say, hey, Annie's got a really good video on zippers. And that's how I spend some of my very late nights at work, watching that kind of stuff. Ouch, my pins are sharp.
You could use your stylus.
Yeah, I should be. And this is the back, so like where I went back and re-sewed some of those, it's not gonna show. Ouch, doggone, these pins are sharp. And use your stylus or your scissors, whatever, something sharp to make sure that that edge is over far enough to cover that. All righty. So now we have the one side done. I don't know why I have the string there. Oh, because I stopped it and started it again, didn't I? Okay. So now we're going to do the same thing with the other side. Except again, I want to make sure that I'm matching up my flowers. That's not right, is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, and you want to match up your ends. So the best thing to do is to clip them down here and clip them on both sides. And that way it won't creep on you. I mean, it won't creep away. Let me get that down just a little. Towards the other end. And same with this side. And make sure it's a little bit over here. And then I'm going to clip it. All right, and now I'm just going to, actually, I think I'm going to clip this because I think the clips will not attack me like the pins do. And to me, clips are far easier and easier to get out.
I clip my zippers when I do it. It's so much easier.
Oh, it is. I should have done that. Then I wouldn't have these scars. All right. So now we're just going to sew it again, 1/4 of an inch from the fabric, not from the edge of the zipper. And then we're going to flip it over and we're going to have our, oh, and then we'll cut it to size, but we're going to wait a minute to do that. That doesn't feel like it's out.
To capture 99.999% of foreseen respiratory coronavirus in a 1,200 square feet room within 6 hours.
Somebody must be watching the news. All right, now we're just going to clip it up or pull it up. And again, we're going to sew that down and it's going to cover the, So see, when you get finished, you have no, I mean, don't look at my sewing, but when you get finished, you have no raw edges hanging out. So that was a great lesson for me to have watched, because I couldn't figure out why she is so big on no raw edges. I mean, you'll see when we put the top to the side. I mean, she is really big on covering her raw edges. And I thought, man. So I must have either done Rachel's wrong, or I misread it, or this is something new. I don't know. I don't remember reading this on here. I know she says to do this with the mesh to make sure that you cover the mesh, but and like I said, you can just pull it as you go along too. You don't have to pin it. I've just found in my world that if I pin it, I don't have to re-sew it. All right. One more little pin. Oh, that wants to stick me probably. Okay, so let's tack that down really quick. Where's my stylus? And you can get really close to the edge because this zipper, of course, is not going to ravel. So. All righty. All right, now before we go any further, pull your zipper tabs to the middle. Because nothing would be worse than cutting them off. And then we're going to go down here and we're going to sew from 1/8 inch seam to 1/8 inch seam, and we're going to make a new zipper stop. And then I'm just going to whack that off. Gets rid of all the extra. And I'm going to go down to this end and do the same thing. And you should have some extra down there. Make sure your zippers aren't on the other side. All right. And you can always save this zipper because you never know. You can put a stop on it and use it for something, a wallet or something. All right. So now we have this. This is the top of our bag. All right. So now we're going to trim the top of our bag. And if you look on page 11, this kind of tells you how we're going to trim it. So we're going to come in 6 inches from the end, and we're going to draw a 1 inch line. And that's about the best way to explain it, is come in here How do I want to do this? I guess this is, guess I'm gonna do it on. I'll do this side first. So I'm gonna go 6 inches and I'm gonna do a 1-inch line. And I'm gonna, oh, here's my chart. There it is. Nope. And I'm just gonna draw a line there. Same on this side. I'm gonna go 6 inches, which will be 18.5. Is that right? Yeah. And I'm gonna draw a 1-inch line. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other end. Go in 6 inches and draw a 1-inch line. Oh, my fingers. And I should have drawn so I knew that that was the 1 inch. Now mark it so you know what is 1 inch in, unless you just drew the 1 inch. But it's good to know where the 1 inch is. Whoops. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to draw a line from this 1 inch to this 1 inch. That is more than an inch. Oh, that's my line. Okay. So draw a line. Whoops. And we're going to cut this off. So if you want to do it with ink, you can do it with ink. And then we're going to come back here and we're going to draw a diagonal from that down to the corner. And you know, I may just draw it in ink because we're going to cut it off anyway, and it'll be easier to see. I'm going to draw this one in ink too, because we're going to cut there anyway, and I don't want to lose my marks. I love Choco liner because it disappears, but then I don't love Choco liner because it disappears. Then we're going to come down here and we're going to draw that line too, down to the corner. Oops. Let's get it. Okay. Now let's go to the other side and we're going to draw a 1 inch line from there to there. Get it lined up. And then I'm going to, again, draw a diagonal. I don't know what the purpose of this was, but it sure makes your bag go together pretty. So I guess that's what the purpose of this was, to make your bag go together. And same at this end. We're going to draw a line from that 1 inch to the corner. And now we're going to cut those. So we're going to cut out that angle on each side. When you get to that line, then just straighten out. And if you want to use a ruler, if you just go slow, you're going to cut it just fine. And then we're going to go down here to where this one tapers, and then we're going to go down to the corner. All right. And this is what your side should look like. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. There was my line. So now I'm going straight across. Whoops. Was going straight. Straight across till I get here. And now I'm going to angle it back down. Okay. So now I have both sides of this. And what we need to do is we want to do a real quick catch on the side of this, 1/8 of an inch in, just to keep it set. So I'm going to increase this a little because all I'm really doing is binding here. Just 1/8 of an inch in all the way from top to bottom. I'll do that on both sides. Whoops, and then we get off. What did I do? My machine doesn't really like polyester thread. Sometimes it doesn't cut it very good. But we make do. The other side. All righty, so now we have this put together. All right, so let's join the side strip to the zipper strip. Let's see. Any questions? Yep. Oh, any questions? Okay, so now we're going to join the side strip. What I would do is I would come down here and try and, I don't know, maybe take a big pen and get this sucker out of the way as best you can. we just don't want to catch it. So if you just run a pin like that through it, it'll hold it down so it's not in our way. We're only going to be sewing 1/4 of an inch anyway. But again, this thing is not forgiving. So just fold it down, take a big pin, you know, come in and then come back out and catch it. And it doesn't take much to hold it out of the way. And we can make sure that that's the side that we're sewing on. But first of all, we're going to sew these together, and we're gonna, why is that? That should be the same width. Well, we'll just trim it up. But we're gonna sew the back sides together, or we're gonna sew these together. And we can just sew them with 1/8 of an inch. I don't know why that's narrower. It shouldn't be.
Mine is too.
Wrong sides together or right?
No, we're sewing wrong sides together because we're going to bind this. So just tack these together at 1/8 of an inch, and then we'll trim them up. So let's just do that. Oh, let's see what that looks like. That's crazy.
You said wrong sides together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we want, yeah, no, she's sewing right sides together. Why is she sewing right sides together?
Because your binding's on the inside of the bag.
The binding's on the inside? It's not on the outside? Oh, okay. Check that. We're gonna sew it the other way. We're gonna sew right sides together. Sorry. I hope you haven't sewn. And then what we'll do is we'll angle these off so that they all match. Doggone it. Of course, I sew it tight. Like I said, I rip a lot. Come on, Nellie.
Bobby doesn't own a ripper.
I don't. It's a bad habit. It's because I rip so much. Most people don't rip as much as I do. Okay, so first we're going to tack it. Let's make sure that's centered. We can always angle that up. I'm going to clip that because it wants to wants to get away on me. So we're sewing on the zipper side. Oh no, we're piecing towards the zipper. Okay, so let's just tack that again. You guys are hopefully are only tacking it for the first time. Okay. I'm having a heck of a time today. guess I'm gonna sew it on this side. I didn't catch that. Okay, so now in your pieces of fabric that you have left, we should have one that says in the coordinating fabric, side strip bindings. First, I think we ought to trim this. And I would just trim it up to the, I mean, it's not going to make a heck of a lot of difference, but just trim it up to that piece as an angle. Just kind of angle, take your angle and angle it up. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to sew it onto this side, and we're going to sew it just like we did the other bindings. We're going to fold it in half, put it on here, sew a good 1/4 of an inch, and then we're going to pop it to the front and pop it to the other side. I mean, there is no front, there is no back. Okay. And I may clip that, so I make sure I get everything. Man, it is hot in here. I can tell it's 90 outside because it's 95 in here.
Good thing I don't have my little heater on.
You better not have your heater on.
We do an 1/8 inch.
No, now we're gonna sew a good 1/4 inch and then we're gonna flip it around. So no, now we're sewing a 1/4 inch seam. And it's kind of a pain because of this hooker or hook thing. But it'll all work out. Okay. So then instead of winding it around, what we're doing is we're going to lay it over flat. And then we're just going to tack it down. And then we don't have any unfinished seams in this. So you're going to come across your zipper too, so. And this you could put, this just tack it close to the edge. All right. So let's get this in here. My stylus.
So on that piece, did you do it at 1/8 of an inch?
I just did it real close to the edge because it's just holding it down. So yeah, I need an 1/8 or even closer than that if you want. It doesn't matter. Because it's just, let's see if I can get it up. I just sewed it right along there. And see, then you don't have any unfinished edges in here. You do have a line along the outside, but that's all right. Okay, so now we're gonna do the same thing with the other end. I don't understand why that's so much bigger. Oh, yes, I do. Because we were supposed to trim that down. Dang it. Well, that's all good in the hood. Yeah, we were supposed to trim that down to 4.5 inches and then do all that cutting. But it'll be fine because it's still the same width. It's just going to make your top a little wider. That's my fault. I remember that. But again, we'll just trim it at an angle towards there, and your zipper piece will just be a little wider. Okay, so we're going to tack this 1/8 of an inch or somewhere around there. Let's open that up and we're gonna get in an angle down towards the with the other side. All right. So now we want to sew on that other piece of binding. And now we're going to bring that over and sew her down. Side's a little more difficult to sew because now you have a circle. I find my stylus here. All righty, so now we have the circle. We're going to attach our two sides to. So. Woohoo! All right, then you can let your little ringy thingies back up. As we're done worrying about them. All right, so now we're going to start on the back and the front. Do we need a break? Does everybody need a break or you want to keep going?
They're ready.
I need a couple of minutes to catch up to you.
Perfect. Okay. I should clean up my mess a little bit.
If you want to, you can go ahead. I sewed it on the wrong side, so I got to rip it out.
Oh, that's all right. Let's just take a little break. Somebody might need to run to the restroom or I need a drink. All righty, are we ready to roll? So we're going to start with the front of your bag. They give you several different lines. I like to just line it up on the outside line. I think it's easier than drawing all the lines and then you have the center line and the outside line. But if you just mark 4 inches from the outside line, and you don't need to go up all the way because this is just to mark the pocket. This you can mark in, you better mark in chalk or whatever you mark in that will come off because this is the outside. Whoops. Come on, line up there and stay. All right, and then we're going to mark 4 inches on the other side. Then we're gonna stick our pocket right in the middle of that. And just clip it on the bottom to keep it in place. Because we'll pin on the straps, but it's just easier if you clip it on the bottom. So that that stays in place, and you want to clip it over far enough that it's not going to bother you when you're. So then we need to pull out our handles, which are the ones without any finished edge. They're like 30, I don't know, 34 inches long. Maybe they're 42 inches long. And we're going to line that up right on that line. But we're gonna keep it within, let's see, how far from the top did she say to go? 1.5 inches from the top. So there's my ruler. So 1.5 inches is hard when you're not at home and you don't have your right rulers. It's right there.
Are you doing the front or the back?
I'm doing the front. And that's with your pockets A and B, or not pockets A and B. It's the one that has the double pocket with the zipper. So I just mark a pin there on pocket, or because that's where I'm going to stop sewing. That's where I'm going to come across. You're not going to sew it all the way to the top. You're only going to sew it to here, do your square here. And that's so that your handles will flap a little bit. And then I just come back down and I'm going to put a couple of pins in. Because I'll of course start from the bottom, go up, do my square, and then come back down the other side. Or you can put your pins on the other side because it's not going to, but that's why I like to mark that outside, because to mark like where the pocket goes and all that, that doesn't do anything to help you with your strap. Whereas this line really does. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew up the side about, I don't know, 1/4 inch in across the top. Then I'm going to do my square with the triangle in the middle, you know, down and across, over, or over here, up and across, and then down. But so I'm going to do my square. I'm just going to let this dangle for now. I might put a pin over here so that this isn't flopping around.
You can't see, you need to move.
I'll put a pin over here in this pocket. But yeah, we're working on the front and we're putting in the zipper slip pocket. That's what's going on the front. Okay, so we're gonna sew. And this is a lot. I mean, this is asking a lot of your machine. So be kind to it. But if you let it do the work, I mean, don't push, don't pull. It really will handle it. The biggest thing is with the machine, don't push, don't pull. Okay, and we're just going to keep going up. Ouch, dang pins. I think I would have learned by now. And pretty soon your life's gonna get easy.
Are you,
Easy. Oh, wait a minute, that's not straight. Easier. Let me make sure I'm 4 inches in up here. Yep.
Are you sewing on the pocket part, or are you sewing on the 4 inches?
I lined my
Or,
strap up with the 4 inches.
okay,
The outside of my strap is lined up on this line of the 4 inches.
okay.
And then I undid my mark of 1.5 inch. Okay, so this is the top.
You could mark the square up there with your chalk, couldn't you? So you'd know what was there when you took your pen out.
I just know I need to sew to that pen. That's right. That's perfect. Okay. I'll turn. We're gonna go across. And we're gonna go diagonal. We're gonna come back across. Whoops. It's so in black on black, it's hard to see anything. I'm really sorry about that. That was really dumb on my part. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, now we're gonna do one more diagonal. And it's a lot of bulky stuff. Did I already do that diagonal? I did. So we're gonna go across the top. I messed up on my diagonal. And then down. And on this, where this is the, I mean, this is really going to be a stress point. I'm going to sew around the square more than once. And if you feel like it, I mean, you can even go across the top like several times, because this is going to be your stressor. So it sure doesn't hurt to go across here, then back up, and go across it. And then we'll just sew down. Make sure my it sure shows my lines are the straightest. Okay, and we have one side on. Now make sure you don't get your handles twisted. And if you have the wrong side down, then you'll know that they aren't. Well, I guess they could still get twisted. Anything can happen. And again, I'm going to just pin this up along the 4 inches. I want to get rid of that pin so I don't hit it. Let me find my 4 inches. Yep, there it is. And then I'm going to come up here to make sure I'm at 4 inches. And then I want to do 1.5 inches. And I want to mark it. And I think Margie's right. I think it would be a lot easier. I hate to tell her that to her face, but to make a mark here. And then you know, whoops, and then you know, but you move that. And then you know that that's going to be your top of your bag, especially if you're using chalk or something like that, that you can easily. All right. All right, so we're going to start up the bag. So we're going to start at the outside. Whoops, there's my pen. Come across. Whoops. So my box first. Then across. Now I'm going to do my diagonal. Come across the top, and while I'm up here, I'm just going to do it. Oh my hand! Just going to do it a few times, just because I know this is a stressor. Okay.
When you're sewing a strap down, is it 1/8 of an inch you're using?
I'm using a 1/4 inch.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
just using, you bet. I'm just using my 1/4 inch foot. Okay, then we're gonna sew across this bottom. Okay, and then like I said, if you want to, you can sew this box one more time, and it's just a little more strength. Because this is what's gonna, whoa, I went past. This is what's going to take the stress on your bag for sure. I don't, yeah. Okay. And now we're gonna head for home. So we're gonna head down the hill. Whoops. First, we're gonna put the presser foot down. Pretty soon, we're gonna be in this heavy stuff, so just let it work it. It'll do her. Make sure you keep your pocket tucked in there so it's good and tight. We go over that zipper, it's gonna go over all of this. Okay, before we sew across this bottom, we're going to get our piece of mesh that has the elastic. If I can find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, and we're going to take this inside. This is inside this bag. And first of all, we're going to tack it on the edges. And actually, you can just sew it because, I mean, if it hangs over the edge a little bit, it's not going to matter. It's going to get caught in the binding anyway, but it shouldn't. But let's just. And this we're doing at about 1/8 of an inch. And we're going to sew, we're going to go across the bottom, but well, let's sew this side on. And then we're going to do a couple of gathers in the bottom. It's not going to matter where they're going to get caught in the binding anyway. Okay. Now we can do a couple of gathers in the bottom. It doesn't matter. Maybe, I guess we can do it, and we can do it with clips pretty easily. And then maybe one more over here. It's just because we put elastic on the top and it made it, you know, a little stretchier. So let's just use these clips then. Use a clip on that instead of the elastic. And then we're just gonna tack that down too. Oops, looks like that needs that one to be a little bigger.
So if we're using fabric, we would do that also?
You bet. With the fabric, you might want to like measure the middle and put one there and then put one like halfway between the middle and the side. I mean, you might want to make it look a little better because your mesh is not going to show anything, where your fabric probably will. I mean, it'll probably show your tucks a lot more is what I'm saying. But it's still going to be fine. You just, because the binding's going to, so then we're just going to sew across this bottom and catch those. And pretty soon we're going to come to that pocket. So there's going to be the pocket and the strap. But yeah, if you just let your machine do the work, it'll do it. Oh, my hand keeps cramping. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to take this pocket. First, I'm going to mark where my strap is on this side so that I make sure I don't put a pin where the strap is. So here's where my strap is on the other side. And here's where my strap is on this side. The biggest thing is I don't want to hit a pin. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tack this elastic down where I want it to be. And get rid of that. And I know my strap is there. And tack this down in the middle where I want it to be. Get it out of the way because I'm gonna sew right along where the inside of this. And I wanna put a pin over here so I know how tall to be. Okay, so let's put another one on this side, which will stretch it out a little bit. And same with fabric. This is the same with fabric. We're gonna sew through. We're gonna sew through the mesh or the fabric to make, and I guess you wouldn't have to if you don't want individual pockets, but it'll make it stay up too. Because otherwise in your bag, when you stand it up, the pocket likes to sag. This way it won't do that. So let's pull out those pins because I don't want to hit them. And we're going to come to the front. And we want to sew on this inside one. And see how high up we have to start? We want to sew on the inside one because if we sew on the outside one, this pocket would be really narrow. If we sew on the inside one, it's not too bad. It's here, and you have, you know, about 5 inches over here, which
Overlook, so they couldn't see the other pocket.
yeah. So you have this big pocket in the middle, and then you have another like 5-inch pocket on the other side, which is a pretty good size pocket. And then if you want, you can stick a few pins in here to keep these from moving. The biggest thing is you don't want a pin where you're going to sew. But it'll just keep this mesh from moving while you're sewing. Again, I'm going to stick one over here because I know I'm going to be sewing down this line. And then I'm going to stick one over here. Right over on this side. All right. So now we're going to flip it over. And we're going to, let me put a pin over on this side too, so I know where to start. I'm going to put a pin on both sides. And this is just for your reference. I mean, you can start a little higher. It's not going to hurt anything. But we know that we want to start up here. And we also know that this is going to be a stressor too. So we want to go back and forth and back and forth. And I know I'm a little above that, so I should be perfect. And I'm just going to sew down my same seam, the same one that I did. So. And the nice thing about polyester thread is it should tuck it right in with your other thread. It doesn't start getting bulky in thread. I'll turn it over and hope it works. Yeah. See, now I have this little pocket over here. So now let's do the other side. Since one side worked, and I don't mean work, but I mean, you just worry that this might bunch down, or I don't know. I mean, if bad things can happen, they're going to happen to me. Okay, so let's start up here. But I do kind of feel under here. Yep, feels good, feels good. Again, ripping is not my thing, but I do a lot of it. Now on the zippered cloth pocket, we're not going to do this. We're not going to break it into pieces because we only have one zipper in it. If you break it into pieces, you couldn't unzip the outside. All right, I'm gonna turn it over. Make sure I tacked it good, yep. And I'm gonna pull all my pins. And now we have the front and the front inside done. Woohoo! That's exciting. And the back is a lot, it's faster because we don't have to do all this. But there you go. Isn't that pretty? Woohoo! Okay, so let's grab the back. And you're gonna grab this pocket sleeve. That's what we're gonna work with next. All righty. Pull my pins, throw my paper. And again, working on the back, we're going to mark 4 inches is going to be the outside of our binding. So I'm going to set this down. First, I'm going to mark my 4 inches. If I can find a ruler.
Before we start, can I see the back of your front one
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay.
See, it's got some, oh, I got more pins in it. It's
So
got
do-
some give in these pockets, you know, because of the elastic,
Okay.
but
Do you go around the whole edge first before you sew the pockets?
yes, I
Okay.
would.
I missed
Yeah,
that part. Okay.
I think I got it. I might have caught it down there. Okay, so. And I'm still debating on what kind of pocket I'm going to put on the back. I did not like that after I put that interfacing in it. I didn't like it at all. So I made a different one. I'm just debating what to do.
Need to move over.
Okay, so we're gonna draw our 4-inch line here. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, that's what I told Margie. In the duffel bag, they want you to make the zippered pocket in mesh. And if these girls do use them, I'm not sure how long mesh would hold up. That kind of worries me a little. I don't know. Oh, I guess we should have talked about, you should also try and make sure your fabric's going up. If there's a top and you want to make sure there's a top, a lot of it has no top and bottom. Stick a pin in it so you know there's the top. See, mine, the flowers are kind of going up. On this, the flowers going up. So, although I don't know that it would matter if it was going down, I don't know. But, so you want to kind of watch that. Okay, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to mark 1.5 inches. And then I know where it's at. Well, I'll mark it when I get my strap on. All right, so let's get this strap on, or let's mark both 4 inches.
Have your binding at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Oh, so my flower is upside down. Oh, well. But this one isn't. Yeah, I should have looked at that. Oh, Margie's always figuring out what I do wrong. She's good. Yeah, I should have looked at that when I sewed that strap on. And if you turn that into a pocket, it won't matter here either, which I thought was a pretty cool idea. Okie doke.
How
So we're
would you
just
do it with the pocket? Would you add another binding?
No, I just sew across here. I just sew across here, and then you have 2 slip pockets.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I couldn't remember who did that, but yeah, if you're not gonna, I mean, if you're not gonna travel with it, I'd make another pocket here. You know, there's no reason you can't.
I
Okay,
added a
so-
zipper to the back of mine.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That was a really good idea. Because, yeah, if you don't need that slip, You got one more pocket, and actually that's a nice size phone pocket. You know, it's just deep enough that somebody wouldn't see it. And all right, so let's grab the other strap. We're gonna line it up down here. I'm probably gonna clip it down here. But then I'll line it up going up.
What are you lining it up with, hon?
The 4-inch mark,
Oh, okay, I got
see, I
it. So,
drew that 4-inch mark, and it's right on the outside of my strap. The 4-inch mark is right on the outside of my strap. And this one, the pocket's going to be the whole thing in back, so we don't have to worry about the pocket at all. Okay, let's take in one more pin, make sure we stay on that line. Oh, we better put in a stronger pin than that. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna start on one side at a time. I've got this clip though down here so that my pocket won't move on me. But yeah, and I just think that's a great idea to sew that. I mean, there's just no reason why not to. I would sew it before you put it on your bag though, because otherwise you lose part of your other pocket. I mean, you only lose like a 1/2 inch or so, but you know, every bit of pocket's important. Okay, so let's do a 1/2 inch or 1.5 inches down from the top. Okay, so I know that's how far I'm gonna sew up. Whoa. And I know my ruler's gonna run away. Okay, so this one I'm sewing on the pocket side first. Let me move that over a little bit so it doesn't go anywhere. And I'm just sewing 1/4 of an inch. Because it makes kind of a nice strappy look. Let me find my stylus. But see how if you use something ahead of it and press it down, how it compresses that? And it doesn't make your machine think it's so much. Okay, so now we're going to sew up to this line. And then we're going to come across. Come down. Go across. And we're going to sew our diagonal. Sew across the top again. The top is the hardest part because of all this bulk. Like I said, you can sew across this top a few times. It's gonna take the stress. So, and now we're just gonna come down again towards the bottom to make my X. And now I'm just gonna sew her on down. Take it home. Oops, there's some strings. I always have lots of strings. That would help a lot. Before I put on the other strap, I'm going to check my bobbin because nothing would be worse than running out of bobbin right about now. Oh, I guess there's worse things. I could break my last needle. Nope, I have a lot of bobbin. All right, so we got the one handle on. Now I'm going to swing it around and make sure. Make sure I have it right. And then I'm going to line it up on this.
Come over.
I'm going to line it up on this line again. So I'm going to start up here. Oh yeah, I pulled my pins out. Start up here and line it up on that line. Still line it up on that line. And the nice thing is the strapping's wide enough that even if your pockets shrunk a little bit as you're sewing them, which they tend to do, it has enough give too. Okay, come on, Nellie. Okay, make sure I'll just clip that one. Okay, so then I want to come back up here and I want to draw my 1.5 inch line. If I had a bigger ruler, it would help. Yeah, first I got here without my stabilizing pad, so I had to run home. And then I didn't have my zipper, my big zipper. So I had to just cob onto one of Margie's and I'll pay her back. What a day. Okay, this time we're going to sew along the outside, which will be nice because we can keep that on that line. This is the only line I wouldn't draw on with a permanent marker unless you are very good at sewing. And just know if it looks a little wobbly, one thing about when you make this kind of stuff, the more you use it, the more everything straightens out and looks better. And so, like I said, don't sweat the small stuff. Make it, use it. Okay, so now we're going to come across here, but I better take my pin out. I'm never one of those lucky ones that can sew across pins and they don't hurt my needle. I always hit the pin. Turn. Okay, so I'm going to sew my diagonal. Go across the bottom again. It's so bulky. So my other diagonal. So across the top again. And then we're going to just take it home. Okay. I really want my stylus here because I want to make sure my pocket gets tucked in there. don't know where that string's from. All right. Oops, gotta cut my thread. All right, so now we have the front and the back. But first of all, we're going to add the pocket. So which pocket? Well, how should I go, Marge? Your choice. What do you think? Margie. Should I use my padded pocket or this pocket?
It's up to you.
Okay. So all we're gonna do here is we're gonna put our pocket on. Like I said, I went to a cloth pocket, but I had to go in and dig one out of my stash or dig fabric because I didn't have enough fabric. Since I'd already padded my pocket. Okay, first of all, we want to get this handle out of the way. So take it down here and just pin it to the strap or that pocket. We just want this handle out of the way for the rest of the time. And the best way to get it out of the way is to fold it down. Yeah. And we're going to do that same thing to the front, just so we don't accidentally catch it. Yeah, I did not like the padded pocket. I didn't like the way it went together. I didn't like any part of it. So I ended up digging into my stash and finding another piece of fabric on that line. Okay, so we're just going to come across. I'm just putting a few clips in just to have it somewhat stable. Oops. Need more clips. Oh, I don't need them that close. And then a few on the top. And we're just going to tack this at, and make sure it's right side out.
I'm just looking to see the zipper tab was on the right side.
It's not, it's on the wrong, I sewed the zipper in backwards. I sewed it in for a left-hand person. I know. Life in the fast lane.
But at least it's on top.
At least it's on top. Well, if I put it in right, it would be on the bottom. Okay, so now we're just going to sew 1/8 of an inch around. And why is this bubbling?
Joy, we're working on the front side of the bag.
No, we're working on the back
of the
side,
bag.
the back side of the bag. Okay, and we're just catching the pocket. That's all we're doing. And you can start anywhere. It doesn't matter. We're just sewing about 1/8 of an inch just to catch the pocket so it's secured into the front. And then we're ready to put it together. Woo-hoo. How it's our time? Oh, we're not doing too bad. We're gonna cut some, we might take a break before we put it together. And you're gonna have to cut some circles. So I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna use to cut my circles. I'm gonna use the bottom of this, which is about the size of a pop can. And I'm gonna use the bottom, either the bottom or the top of this. I haven't decided. That's how I cut my circles. And that should be big enough. I think she has a, let me look on it. 5 and or 2.5 and a 5.5. Well, that's about 5.5. Let me measure. It's about 4.5. It's good enough. And is this 2.5? Well, pretty darn close. It is 2.5. Woohoo. No, it's 3. It's 3. Well, it'll be fine. But that's what I use. A pop can's probably 2.5. This might be 2.5. I could always use this. Oh yeah, that's perfect. So you can use anything you have around you to cut your circles. You don't have to. That's another thing I didn't even bring with my circles. So, oh well. Oops, my thread's popping out. What?
You didn't change your bob.
I didn't need to. I
Oh.
checked it. I said I need to check my bob. Now, before I start sewing around the outside, I'm going to change my bob. Even though I have like a quarter of a bobbin left, I do not want to run out and look back and I've sewn half of the bag again. That would upset me. And the more you sew it, the more that packs us down too. So I'm gonna close that. So that helps in packing it down. All right, now let's take it across the top. Yeah, I like that pocket better this way. I don't know. I was just afraid it was going to add too much weight by adding that fusible fleece. I mean, it's already heavy enough with all the soft and stable. Whoops, why am I popping away here? Get back up there. Where's my stylus? There it is. If it wants to walk away, just make it do what you want. All right. So before we take a little break, make sure you pin down this strap. Catch it down here in this pocket so that it doesn't get in our way up above. You want to make sure there's enough give that we can stretch that out though. Is my pocket crooked? No. Okay. So, but just catch it down here in this pocket. Get it out of the way. You could even put it inside the pocket and then it would probably even be more out of the way. But it's harder to catch it in there. So just, all right, let's take a short break. Then we're going to come back, trim our edges and put this baby together. Woo! It's exciting. Okay. Maybe this is 2.5 inches. Oh yeah, this will work. Yeah, so I grabbed this spool and it's 2.5 inches, so it'll work fine. The reason we're rounding the edges is she says people don't like to sew corners, so, and she's right. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Are you getting excited? I'm excited.
I'm still putting my straps on the back.
That's all right. Good. That's all right.
Okay.
Pretty.
I just figured out I didn't do my straps.
Oh, you didn't make them?
I've got them cut out. I just didn't put them together.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, that's okay. I can do it.
Yep.
But I thought, where the heck are those things at? Oh, here they are. They're not done.
And we're not putting the stabilizer sleeve in until we're ready to birth the bag. That's what she calls it, birthing the bag. I don't know. Seems a little odd to me, but
I like
But
to
it kind of
see
feels
if
that
you
way when you
take
go
it
there.
out after the bag is done.
what? Then how
I
would
like
you?
to see the acrylic being pulled out of the bag to be washed after it's all done.
Well, then what I would do is I turn it halfway inside out so that you can just pop it out. Because it just slides in there. But it's tight enough it doesn't come out. But
That's good.
yeah, you could just like undo the birthing of the bag and yeah. Yeah, so did everybody find something that'll work for their circles? And these you can use a pin on because we're going to cut that. So when you draw around this circle, we're going to cut that and we're going to bind it. So if it's easier to use a pin or than a friction pin, I never have a lot of luck with friction pins working for me. Maybe I don't use them often enough. They go dry on me. I don't know. There's something. All righty. Well, so now what we need to do is this is pocket D&E with the zipper. And we're going to measure in 2 inches and we're going to draw a line down to the bottom. And again, this can be done with a pin because we're going to cut it. If I can find a ruler. I'm really having trouble with rulers today. Okay, so we're going to measure in 2 inches. Where did I put my pen? And I'm going to put a line up here. And I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. The bad thing is we've already tacked this on the back. And so we got to retack it. But that's okay. It's better to have it tacked most of the way. Oh, this is not going to work. I'm going to have to use because I'm on white. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line this up down to the bottom. The bottom corner, and I'm going to cut it. If I can find my cutter. Why am I not getting through there? Now, before I even go to the other side, I'm going to grab some clips and I'm going to clip this back on. Especially my mesh, because I'm going to tack that. I don't want it not getting caught in my binding. That would be very upsetting. So I'm going to tack, and then I'll sew those sides when I get, because I'm still going to round too. So I don't want to tack it now and then round and then tack it again. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to start at my 2 inches up here and I'm going to take it off down to the bottom. And again, I'm going to go back here and catch that, especially catch the top. And I'll just clip that. I guess I don't have to clip very low because I'm going to trim that. Okay, so now we're gonna do a 2.5, and you can draw it or cut it. It doesn't matter. I tend to draw it first, and then I cut it. Oh, I usually do. If I can find my pen. What do you do with my pen? Lord. Oh, it's under my scraps. Okay, so I'll just come over here and I'll just draw it. And it's not a very big curve. I mean, it's not gonna be huge. And then I'll cut it with my cutter. A 2.5 inch curve is not a very big curve. And all we did was just pretty much, oops, I missed the top. It's pretty much just took off the corner so that it's going to be easier to sew. And again, we want to stick a couple clips in that. Because we'll go in, we'll tack it in a few minutes. Okay, so now I'm going to do the other corner. Like I said, you can use anything you have at home. If it's closed, it's fine. If you have the circle templates, then, I mean, those are awesome. But if you don't, actually, I was going to grab the Cool Whip container, and I think that's probably closer to 5 inches, 5.5 inches.
You have one sitting right there.
I know. But see, here's my rounded corners on the bottom. They aren't rounded very much. They're just rounded to, actually, they're not rounded the same. No, they are. There we are. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack this really quick because, and then I'll go up and do my top. Because I just don't want to lose this. I want to be sure that this pocket is caught good on the outside because I want the binding to catch it. And I know if I've got it caught with this 1/8 inch seam that the binding will catch it. Okay. So now I'm going to sew this side real quick. And then I know I don't have to fret. Oh. Okay. Whoops. So let me dump these out. Let me measure this. Maybe this is 5.5 inches. Nope, this is 6 inches. I don't want it bigger. Smaller doesn't bother me, but I really don't want it bigger than. So I'm going to go ahead and use this container here. It'll give me a nice curve. One that I can be happy with. And if they're all the same, it's not gonna matter. Okay. And I'm just gonna take that curve off. Jeepers creepers. It's gotta be ghosts in here. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing over here, but I'm gonna have to use my chuckle liner. I thought it was back there.
Just make sure go further back.
Oh, there we go. And I know it takes a little bit of space, so. Come on. And then you just take that off. And I'm gonna sew that just because every time you sew it, it flattens it out. Actually, I should probably pick up clips, although we're gonna use a lot of this, so. That's but yeah, every time you sew around the edges, it flattens it out, so it just makes it easier. We'll go around this. Oops, did it go all the way down? Oh. Forgot we cut that angle. I think I got my curve pressed on that. Then I always make sure they look about the same. You know, I'll hold them together, and as long as they look about the same, because your binding's going to affect some of that too. I'm gonna go ahead and do this bottom down here. All right. The front is good to go, or yeah. Now we're gonna do the same thing to the back. So we're going to go in, what was it, 2 inches on the side? Yeah, 2 inches, and make a mark. Ooh. There's my pin. And we're going to take it down to the corner, and we're going to slice it up. Make sure you're doing it top to bottom. There's no going back on this. And see, we went through the zipper. So right now, before we move on, I'm going to tack the end of the zipper just so it wouldn't come apart. We still have to curve that top, but I do not want that zipper to come apart on me. What am I? Okay. All right. And we're going to do the same thing to the other side. 2 inches on the top, and then we're going towards the bottom. And this again is going to be going to have to take a chocolate liner because it's too dark. All right. So we're going to line her up. And whack that up. Oops, I better make sure my stop's not over there. Now make sure you're not cutting through your stop. That would not be good. And again, before I move on, I'm going to tack this zipper together. And this one, of course, is apart because yours will be just the opposite because you did them right. I was sewing this at 11:30 this morning. But then we don't have to worry about something happening. All right, so now let's do our corners. And the bottom is 2.5, so that's my little dealie. My little dealie. That's the technical term. Clip that off. Yeah, it's kind of cool because I don't think any of her bags have, doggone it, why can't I get that? None of her bags have corners. She says it's so much easier to bind if you're not binding a corner. And she's very right. All right, so then our top is the big circle. Oops. I'm going to turn it a little bit. Need my chocolate one. All right, one more corner and we're ready to, oh, we should tack that down on the side though. Because we don't want that pocket to accidentally not get caught. That would be a nightmare. All righty. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. I'm going to clip this really quick and I'm going to catch this pocket. And that way I don't have to worry about it when we're binding. It's all caught together. Plus, like I said, the more times you sew it, the easier it will be to bind it because you're tacking down this fabric. The other side. You guys should ask Margie how far done she is on her bag. She's got the pieces cut. Of course, we've been in the statewide shop hop for the last month, and it's been crazy here. I think people have decided they want to get out. So it's been, she's worked every day for the past month in some capacity. Last week, she even got sick, which put a real damper on the shop hop. Whoa, where are we going here? If you have any questions as we go along, don't hesitate to ask.
Or if you're reviewing it.
Right, right. If, I mean, if you're gonna do this later and you have a question when you get to it, feel free to let us know. All righty. Dang it. Figured that would happen. Okay, so now we're gonna hook it together. We're gonna attach the zipper side to the bag front. Of course, main fabrics together. Match the center of the zipper slide to the center of the bag. And we're gonna match the, okay, so let's take this and we're gonna find the center.
Does it matter which side on the zipper piece?
Well, one side's the front and one side's the back. So it's going to be the,
Don't you want to look at the way your zipper pulls? Oh, no, it's because it's a double.
No, the whole thing, the sides and stuff. Does it matter which side, which one we use?
well, it's going to be the, if you're looking at the zipper pockets, it's going to be the right side. Because that's how we would, right? It's so no, I'm wrong. It's the opposite side because we're gonna sew. We're gonna sew right sides together. So it's the left side will be the front side. Oh no, this is the back. So I'm right, the right side. Jeepers, get it right. Okay, so I just put a clip in at halfway. I'm gonna match my clips up. And I'm gonna clip there. And I'm gonna put a couple more clips on just because it'll pull a little bit and I don't want it to pull that clip off. So I'm gonna put a couple more clips both ways. Okay, now we're gonna find the center of the bottom, which we know is our middle foot, or it should be. You can take the two zipper pieces and put them together and find that center too. I'm gonna put a clip there, and then I'm gonna find the center of the bottom here and put a clip. All righty. And then we're just gonna clip it together. Whoa. Okay, and now we're just gonna ease it around. And it should be, I mean, it should ease just really easily around. So if you want to start at the bottom, if you want to start at the top, it really doesn't matter. But we're going to ease it around. The thing I love about using clips is it doesn't matter if I decide I want to sew from the other side, I can pull clips either way, you know, so that's what I like about clips. And then we'll just ease this in.
What's this?
Ease this corner in, you know, just make sure it pulls all the way, oops, around. And then I'm probably gonna go up and start working on the top and get them to meet in the middle of the side. So we'll start working on the top. And I put my clips pretty close together. If you're a pinner, I'd pin pretty close together. I need a bunch more clips. I don't understand why the binding's on the inside. I think it would look cool with the binding on the outside. But I'm not that great of a binder either, so maybe that's why. Okay, so now we're gonna bring this down and voila, it came together. That's always a good thing. And just keep clipping it around. Now, I don't think she says to sew it. Oh yeah, she says sew a scant 1/4 inch. And I think that's a good idea. Even a little wider than your 1/8 inch, not a whole lot wider, but just a little wider than your 1/8 inch. Because like I said, every time you sew it, it compresses it. But we
Hey,
just
Bob-
do one. We just
Bobby,
do one.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off. I got my last COVID shot this morning. My arm's starting to hurt, so I'm gonna have to-
Geez.
I'm gonna have to take a little bit of a break, and I'll have to rewatch the video.
Okay, well, get better.
All right, we'll talk to you ladies
Thank
later.
Yeah, it made my arm really sore too. I felt like somebody hit me with a baseball bat. But this week we ended up with COVID in our jail. A guy came from a different jail and he brought COVID with him. Of course, they failed to tell us. So I was kind of glad I had my shot. Since my 90-year-old mother lives with us.
What do you do there?
I'm a jailer, corrections officer. I work nights. I did this before and then I went on the road as a deputy. And then I got too old for that. Sliding down the ditch didn't seem fun anymore. And you know, the whole climate's changed. It's tough to
Gonna
be a
say
cop
it's
now.
It's safer to be inside now.
Yeah. And I could see the change when I was a deputy. I mean, the first years when you called parents and said, hey, we picked up your kids for MIP, they were mad at the kids, but the last years they were mad at you because you were targeting their kids. I mean, things have really changed. Pretty hard to target your kid. All righty.
That's the trouble.
Yeah, it is. It is the trouble. It's the
Mhm.
trouble in schools and everywhere.
Right.
Okay, so I clipped all the way around. Let me get these clips out of here. I left a mess here for Margie. She likes it when I leave her a mess. Don't you, Marge? You bet. Actually, Margie's pretty easy to get along with. Okay. I just want that because this is gonna, I don't want anything to pull on it. Okay, now I'm going to sew on the bag side because that's where that curve is. And I want to be sure I get that curve looking nice. Both of the curves. So that's why I'm sewing on the bag side. You can sew on either side. Sometimes it's easier to sew on the side where you're making it give a little bit on those curves. So it's up to you. But right now we're sewing about a scant 1/4 inch, but I'm not going to use this good. I'm not going to use my quarter. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I watched Vianney bind her bags with a 1/4 inch foot. She doesn't use a walking foot at all for anything. So I figure if she can do it, I can do it. What? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna change my bobbin. It's getting pretty scant. Yeah, there's nothing worse than having all these clips in, sewing along and finally figuring out. And I know my machine makes a different sound, but sometimes I'm not listening very well. All right, let's start with a fuller bobbin.
What kind of sewing machine does Vienna use?
I can't remember what it was.
I remember seeing it use on.
Oh, yeah, when she sewed the binding on. I'm
did
not
she?
sure what it was. I couldn't figure it out from looking at it. Whoops. Gotta pull my thread up, and then I'm ready to go. I still have this at about a 2.8 because we're going through so many layers that it's going to be a tight stitch anyway. You can have it at a 2.8, a 3. With this many layers, it's going to be a tight stitch. Come on, get in there. Wow. We'll start there. Okay. So I'm gonna do it just a little bit ahead of my 1/4 inch foot. And I just am gonna sew around slowly. And like I said, I use my stylus to kind of get things down a little bit. Oops, you should put the lid back on your bobbin case. I think machines are just whatever you get used to and like. I mean, people like a certain machine, and once you get used to it, every machine has its own great things and quirks. Oops, I want to be needle down. And that way, if I curve a little bit, the needle will stay down. I'm going to curve a little bit as I come around this.
Diane, she uses Bernina machines.
Oh, that's right. She did say it was a Bernina, but
I
I
thought
didn't
Yeah, I
recognize.
thought she did. I just wanted to double check it before I said it.
That's right. I guess she did say something about her Bernina. That's right.
So the Bernina, it has a built-in walking foot that hooks to your feet. You just pull it down from the back and it'll hook on to your 1/4 inch foot. So that's probably how it looks like she's just using a 1/4 inch, but she's really got that built-in walking. It's a little thing that comes down from the back and just hooks on.
It's called the Move It foot.
A move it foot.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bob
I
has
didn't
one
know
too.
that. Really?
Yeah, it's built in. Just push it up or down whenever you need it.
Wow.
It's a good feature.
It is.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, some of the Berninas, man, you have to sell a house to buy. They've really gotten up there. Of course, I think that's true with any machine. I mean, they've all gotten up there, especially through the COVID. Jeepers. COVID has just changed a lot of things. And nothing gets shipped anymore on time. But somebody was saying online, they just got the machine they ordered last summer. And I thought, man, that's an awful long wait. I don't think I'd wait that long.
You didn't have choice.
Well, there's other machines.
They didn't come in either.
What am I stuck on? Oh. Okay. A lot of layers. Oh, now I have a straightaway for a little bit, so that's nice. And I love these little wonder clips. They're so much better than pins. It's so hard to get pins in something this bulky. All right, another street. Whoops. I went my cutter. One more curve. Oops, shouldn't have pulled that. Okay. Now I want to go around and make sure I caught everything. Woohoo! Except that one little piece of mesh is getting away. I don't want him to get away from my binding too. There. Now he has to stay home. Okay. All righty. I don't, does she bind that before she goes on? No, attach the bag back and bind. Okay, so I guess we're going to attach the bag back. Okay. Now it's going to be harder to find my middle. Oh, not really. Okay, so any questions? How are we doing? Everybody trying to maneuver through the 1,000 layers?
I'm just watching and then I'll do it.
Oh. What do you want me to just bind the one side and call it good? Or do you want me to do them? I mean,
Oh, no, I want the whole bag done.
okay. Well, yeah, because I have to put the sleeve in to birth it, so. Okay, let's see. Now let's find the bottom and the top. This is the top.
We're all the way off the spring.
Okay, so we're gonna line up that top. I'm gonna put a few in.
I was wondering if you want to open that upper zipper a little bit to make it easier for birthing.
You are right, I do. It's hard to get at it otherwise, because now I can open it more if I want or less if I want, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's get this up here. This bottom is so thick. Okay, now we'll work our way around. One thing I think the foam helps you line it up, because you just line up foam to foam and seems to help. All right, so we're headed up this way. Let that one go. That's why I have clips all over my room, my sewing room. They fly out of my hands. Let's get that up there. Okay. Now we got it. Okay, one more side to clip. And then we're gonna bind it. Yoo-hoo. I think this one's mine. I don't think I'm gonna give it away. I say that now and then next thing you know, you get invited to something and you're like, oh crap. Okay. Can you see me? Can you see it?
Mhm.
I'm going to sew on that other side again. But when we sew the binding on, I'm going to sew on this side because I'll pull it over to the other side. And I know she says to use 2 1/4 inch. On my duffel bag, she says use 2 1/4 inch if you want it really tight binding, and 2 1/2 if you like it loose. And I thought, man, there is no way it's loose when you're going around all these edges. Mine wasn't loose. Okay, I better find the ones that flew away. But it really does fit together well. I mean, I've had other things where you've had to really fudge on one piece or the other. And this is not that way. I mean, it really does fit together well. Okie doke. So
I
we're gonna,
already see a bag.
I know, it's a bag. I know. And if you, I suppose you could always just zigzag it inside and call it good. I don't know. But we're gonna bind it.
By any would disown you.
I doubt it. I buy a lot of Bianni stuff. Okay, it's a little harder to see now that we're doing this other side, but it is really flexible. It's flexible and also strong. So, oh, my hand keeps cramping. Okay, now we're gonna work around this corner. Well, first we're gonna pull the clip. Where's my stylus? I just keep knocking stuff off. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna plow through all these layers. There are so many layers on this bottom. Lord. Now, when we put the binding on, we're not going to tack it on. I mean, we're not going to clip it on. We're just going to sew. Oops, come on. Oops. I have to back up a little. I got off a little. All right, now we're ready to bind it. Earth it. All good. Okay. We're going to take our binding and we're just going to pin it in half. Except this, okay, that'll do it. So I got to get rid of these. They're not in my way. Okay, and I'm just going to pin it in half for a ways. And that way I don't have to fight it to get it into half when I need it. Oh, shoot, I didn't want that long pin. And it's a long ways around there, so. And we'll just start on the back. We're already there. We'll just start there. And I'm going to put my seam across the bottom. That way, it really doesn't matter where you put it because nobody's going to be able to know it's the end. We're going to do it that same way. So you can do it across the side, you can do it across the top, whatever makes you happy. Let's see, let's go about another 10 inches and then we should have it.
While you're doing that, can I ask a question on the pocket on the big pocket with the zipper on the inside? I'm trying to catch. So mine doesn't fit all the way down. Are we supposed to leave a gap?
It doesn't fit all the way down?
No, it's like a half an inch short.
Even with the 3 inches at the top?
No, do I go down 3 inches?
No,
Okay. It's
Huh.
supposed to be the full length.
right, it should be 3 inches and then I can't remember what the bottom was.
Right,
it-
so it's supposed to
should-
be the full bag. Okay,
Right. What you could do is just add on to the top where nobody will see to
okay,
the, to this part up here,
Yeah.
okay.
because nobody will see up here. I mean, it'll be
Thank
tough.
you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna change feet too. I'm just gonna put a regular foot on. Nope, that's an open toe. Where's my regular foot? Huh, must be out here somewhere. Great. Well, I guess we're going with an open toe. Okay. So now I'm ready to put on the binding. I find my end. Whoops, other end. And again, I'm going to sew from the inside. And again, I want to leave about 5 or 6 inches here, because that's what I'm going to use to hook it together. So I'm just going to start sewing and working the binding around. The first one I may pin because it'll be easier to get it under here. And I'm bringing it around to the front is what I'm doing. Let me get it under there. Come on, get under there. It's only like 40,000 layers. Okay. Pull that one out. And then I'm just going to use my stylus to hold it in place. And it is a job. I mean, especially down at this bottom. It is a job for it. Okay, I'm gonna flatten out my corner so I can go around my corner, pull my pin. I want to get my binding even. And I'm gonna, I don't know if you can see, I want to go around the corner.
So what
And if you
time do
pull
you
on-
start work?
I work 5 to 5.
Wow.
Well, I only work 3 days a week though. So it's really nice. I only work Sunday, Monday, Tuesday 1 week and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the next. So I have the greatest shift ever. And they're really good to me. Seems like you always have to manhandle these things, but you want to keep your binding pulled somewhat tight, especially when you go around the corners. Oh my hand. Back on the straightaway. I like the straightaway. Man, it is hot in here. Gotta be 1,000 degrees. All righty, we're getting closer. Anyone hanging on, or have you guys all given up?
I'm still here. Quite a few people too.
Good. All
I'm
righty,
here watching.
all righty.
Exciting for the birth.
I know, right?
I'm here too.
Oh, yeah. I think Margie's asleep. Come on.
Now, are you sewing this at a 1/4 inch?
Yeah, yep.
I think you have a hole in your bag here where your wrist is. Or it didn't catch.
Yeah, I'll try and catch that. Yeah, I do. And
Should
maybe
put
I
a
should
clip
check it.
there so it'll remind you.
True enough. So I make sure I get through it. Come on. Okay. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to fix my binding, or I'm going to connect my binding. Man, I'm just dropping everything. So first of all, I'm going to put my binding. Set it up here for the next time. Yeah, maybe I will. Okay. Okay.
How far do you clip your binding?
So remember how we did the binding? Where we laid this side over? Whoops, that one's too long. I gotta clip back a little bit. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna lay this over. And we're gonna put this one on top. And we're gonna mark this top one where that top piece is. And the bottom one where this bottom piece is. I should take that out of there. I'm gonna get confused. Oh, got it. Why did I make that so long? Let me clip this. On my cutter. I'm gonna take about an inch off of this so it'll work better. Quit moving. Okay, that'll work a lot better. Okay, so let's. So lay that one down. Now we'll clip. I'll lay it on top. We're gonna put this where this top piece is. Right at the edge of that. And then we're gonna put this one on the bottom, right where the point is, which is clear back here. Okay. So then I'm gonna open that up. I'm gonna cut that angle. Yeah, if I can get my ruler down there. Let's see if we can find a smaller ruler. I want to add. Do you have a narrower ruler? Okay, let me see if I can get this to her. Want to add a half an inch to this. Man, I gotta find a narrower ruler. I can't work with that. 3x6 is over there. Okay. Let's start over. I gotta mark my other side because it came loose. Okay, so I got that side. Now I'm gonna mark this side. Come on. Okay. And now I'm gonna cut a diagonal. If I can get it to lay. There it goes. And it's always tight like that. Doesn't matter when you do it. But I want to add a 1/2 inch from that. Whoops, don't come out of there. And add a 1/2 inch on each side. Dang it. And then I'm going to, but then I'm going to make it just a little bit smaller. I don't think I have it. So you got 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch. I'm going to pull that out. I'll mark it. I'm gonna pull that out. Then I'm just going to cut it just a little bit smaller than that so that it fits tight. Okay. And then I'm going to sew these babies together. Is this right? No. Oh. I'm just going to bind it the way I do it. Doggone it. Where is the binding?
Get it too short.
I don't know, Margie.
Okay.
I did it the wrong direction, but I did it the way she did it. So don't do it like I did it. Do it the right way. So we're just gonna sew binding.
Almost every time I bind, I do that backwards.
Really? Oh, gosh. Okay. Me too. And
You try
really
so
this,
hard to get it right, and then you still mess it up.
I know, right? So this one is just going to be sewn. That's just all there is to it. I know. And of course, when you're showing it, then that's when it's going to screw up the worst. Well, that's not right either. My Lord. Should have Margie doing this. She does the binding for him. Always by hand? Even like in a bag like this, would you bind by hand? Make sure it's gonna be tight. Okay. I want to do that. So I'm going to try it one more time. There's no fool like an old fool. So if I want it, so I want my long end.
Take 5.
There you go.
Yeah. If it doesn't work this time, I'm moving on to the other binding. Well, now I can't even see what I want to do. Okay, so I want the longest end over here at the bottom, right? Yes. Okay, I think this is gonna work this time. If it doesn't, like I said, we're moving on. We'll let Margie do it by hand. Well, doggone it, I can't even see in here. Okay, that's gonna be right. I don't know. Let's just sew it together. Push come to shove, we do it the old way. And it works. I think there's nothing worse than working on black fabric. It just makes life.
Are you gonna be doing any other projects?
Probably this fall, but summer is so doggone busy.
Yeah, I know it is.
So we decided we're gonna wait till get more towards winter.
Sure, that sounds good.
And now my thread breaks. Did it sew it at all? No. Like your thread breaking 1 inch from the end. Come on, needle. Come on. Jeepers creepers. Well, I don't know if this needle's gonna thread. Come on. Okay. Now finish this stupid thing. I only had like an inch till the end. Okay. So you still want to hang on and sew the other binding on? Or do you want me to do one binding and show you how to birth the bag? Because I can always turn it back right side or wrong side out and bind it. So whatever you guys want to do.
Keep
Whatever
going.
you keep going, it's fine with me.
Yep.
Okay.
We learn from what you're doing and over again, it helps us too.
Right.
Okay.
Unless you're
You're
getting
learning.
tired.
Are you learning from my mistakes?
Are you getting tired?
No, I'm good. I'm really good. And it's just really darn close. I do need to stick some pins in this binding. I should have Margie doing that. Instead of playing cards on the computer.
I'm not playing cards on a computer,
You're not?
watching video.
Well, isn't that nice?
Sisterly love.
Yeah. I have 3 sisters, so it's interesting. I'm just pinning this binding closed is all I'm doing. Margie always forgets to tell me that I'm not on camera. Am I on camera? No.
Do you work at the quilt shop too?
I cut Margie's orders that ship out. That's pretty much all I do.
Oh, well, that's good. That helps.
Yeah, yeah. And I do that on my days that I'm not working at the jail or not
Mhm.
transporting. Okay, here we go. This time I'm going to start on the side because I think the side would be easier at the end. I don't know. Probably nothing's easier. Okay, so let's start clear down here. I'm going to pin the first. And then we'll go. Okay. Come on, bag. Give me a little bit.
I hate to ask this while you're working on a bag, but what does your arm say?
This one,
Yes.
follow your arrow.
Smart.
Follow your arrow. Yeah. That's what I try to teach my grandkids. You know, follow your arrow. Don't do what other people want you to do.
So Bobby, your granddaughters that are graduating, are they both going off to college?
Yeah, it's one, as a matter of fact, one of them won the National Merit Scholarship and the Governor's Scholarship in Iowa. Yeah, they're both really smart. So it makes it hard that one won these awards and one didn't. They're both 4.0 students, but the other one didn't. So it's kind of it's really hard with twins because they are very competitive. But yeah, they're
Yes,
coming.
I know we have quite a few twins in our family.
Do you?
Yes.
They're very close, but they're very competitive. They both want to be on top. They're coming over to Nebraska to school. That's where their parents went to school. My son and daughter-in-law both went to Nebraska. So they're coming over to be corn huskers. Which makes
So the
me
other
happy.
one's not taking the free ride?
No, the other one didn't get all these scholarships. So she should, I mean, she'll still get scholarships because of her grades, but she didn't get all these huge things. So
So are y'all in Nebraska?
Yes, north central Nebraska.
Nebraska. So is Nebraska right above Kansas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're about 60 miles from, 40 miles from South Dakota. So we're pretty close to South Dakota. That's where we camp, is up in South Dakota. Oh yeah, this is where I want to make sure I catch it. Okay.
And then you're gonna show us how to bind, I mean, how to match the ends on this one, right?
I'm gonna try.
I can't get it. This is my second time binding.
Really? Yeah,
Yeah, never have.
it shouldn't be that hard. But you have a 50-50 chance. And of course, when people are watching, you can guarantee that the 50, oh, what are we doing here? Oh, this bag gets really cumbersome.
So is the idea on the binding to try to get your angles one way on one piece and one way on the other? So they go together?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that should be.
I can't ever get it to work either. I always end up just giving up and having a straight line across there.
And you know what? I don't know. I've done that for years and none of my quilts have ever come apart. So, and I've never had anybody look and say, I can't even find the end of your binding. Most people don't even know what binding is. So it is, I mean, I think it's a really clever deal, but obviously it doesn't always work for me.
I have a book that I reference because I just finished a quilt this morning that I was working on. And I do have to do it a couple of times, but I've learned to cut it before, you know, test it with a pen, then cut it. And then it's easier when you go to the sewing machine when they're together, where you can actually see the diagonal. But I use a book every time I do the binding. And yeah, it takes a while, but it's usually because I don't leave myself enough length to do it.
So you got your quilt done? Aren't you supposed to be at a birthday party?
Well, remember, I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys, or behind you. I'm behind. So yeah, I still have 3 hours. But yeah, I finished at 12:30 last night, and I actually did the labels. And when I made labels for 5 others. So I didn't waste my 8.5, 11 sheet of paper. So I've had quilts that didn't have labels, and I have a couple blankets and quilts that I'm making that still needed them, and now they're done. So yep, I got it done. I finished 12:30 in the morning.
Wow. Wow.
Michelle, where are you located?
I'm in Western Washington,
Oh,
in Arlington, so about hour north of Seattle.
Wow. Okay. And y'all are 2 hours?
Yes, I'm 2 hours before Nebraska, but I think one of you's from New York, and we're 3 hours different. So
Yeah, I'm Texas, so we're the same
2.
as Nebraska, I guess.
Yeah. Where in Texas are you?
The name of the town's called Longview, which is East Texas, northeast.
Okay, my sister lives by Austin.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we were from the Houston area, but we moved up here almost 2 years ago now. We love it. It's because we were by big city, and we're just in a little country town now.
Yeah, my sister's in Elgin, which is small. It's too hot for my husband and I. We went back and helped my niece with her wedding 3 years ago, and it was hot.
Yeah, Texas is hot. Our summers are pretty brutal, but yeah, it seems like the older I get, the harder the heat is on me.
Well, we were back in May. It was May 12th, and we went back week before the wedding, because we did some sightseeing, but I had to transport the cake and I transported 600 cookies. So I did her
Oh.
wedding cake. And so we made it down there. We spent one night, we made it down in 2 days. We went one night in the car so we could get it into the refrigerator and everything.
Wow, that's hard. So how close are you to Portland?
We're 4 hours from Portland.
Oh, okay, so did y'all not have all the craziness go on where y'all are when all that
Oh.
rioting?
Oh no, Seattle is having a riot today because of May Day. Oh no, Seattle is terrible. And it's even, I'm not too far from Everett. I'm 20 minutes from Everett, and Everett is like kind of a city too, but not as big as Seattle, but people have been rioting there too. So yeah, I haven't been down to Seattle.
Bobby, you look like you're doing the same thing you did before.
You think so?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so I want to lay it on here. Let me cut this.
I think your penning should be different. Instead of on the top where your left hand is, it should be on the bottom. Move
my
your
long-
pen, put your pins the other way around
Okay.
on the fabric.
Say something so you hit the screen.
What? Okay, we're gonna give it a try. Yep, that's gonna work. Okay, but there isn't much
You're
room.
welcome.
Yes, thank you. There isn't much room to cut though. There never is. Yeah, if I cut it wrong 2 times, I probably would have thrown it.
You're just like me. It goes across the room.
Yep. Okay, let's give that a shot. Okay. Oops, why didn't that cut? Okay. All right, here's the moment of truth. Gotta get them closer together. Woohoo! No, it's wrong. No, it's right. No, it's wrong. Damn it.
Sorry. It should have worked.
You know what? It will, it'll work the old way.
So it's straight across.
That's right. Straight across works just
That's
great.
right.
There's something about that straight across.
We'll have a binding workshop where we make the different steps so that you can. sit there and
It's on
look
the
at it.
inside.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right, it is. And it's, yeah. And if somebody's looking at it, jeepers.
They're looking too
I always
close.
tell people, if they find my mistakes, then they're looking too hard,
That's right.
because Lord knows I make mistakes. Okay, now let's get over here. I clip that, turn it inside out. We're gonna go. And we're gonna finish this. Yeah, never fails. Let me hook that around there. Oh, tight. This has worked for 100 years to do it this way, so what the heck? we're gonna finish. And who's gonna see that?
Not us.
Okay. Yay. Okay, now we're just gonna turn the binding around and sew it on and call it a day. No, we gotta birth it. Okay. And
Did
I'm
you
just gonna
catch the
pull it
hole?
around. What?
Did you
Yeah.
catch
Well,
your hole?
I made sure that yeah, I caught it. I
Good.
made sure that it picked over there. Okay. So now we're just gonna start binding. And we're just gonna sew it. That's the reason she doesn't have you press it first, is because sometimes it takes a little more, sometimes it takes a little less. You don't sweat the small stuff. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let me get this turned. Okay, now I really am gonna need my stylus. And it is really nice that this is finished on the inside, you know, it does make it look a lot nicer. Makes it look like it's not from China. Wow, I can't believe the rioting and stuff. I just don't know why anybody'd be a cop in those cities. I mean, what? Even if you believe in what you're doing, if you have a family, I don't know. We've had several cops in our area give it up. And we don't even have the drama. Well, in Omaha, but we're a long way from Omaha.
I have a grandson that just became a state trooper, and we live in Fremont, which is about 50 miles north of Omaha.
Oh, yeah.
He
I don't
loves
know
it.
how-
I don't know how he loves it, but he's just getting started, so we'll see.
Yeah, because they're out there all by themselves. boy.
Sounds right.
Come on, Nellie, turn. Like I said, use a pair of scissors, stylus, whatever, to did I put that up? Oh. Dang it. I lost it. Okay, here we go. I don't know why that corner was so tight. You know, some of the projects we'd like to do, I think it'd be fun to make like a lot of those tools or tool carrier thingies. Where you can, if you go to a class, you can take your tools with, I mean, what are some of them? Running with scissors.
Tools of the trade.
Yeah.
Stand.
I had the running with scissors pattern. I think I've never used it, but
Yeah, I kind of like that one. I like the tools of the trade. I really like the little caddy thing. I think that would be really handy.
I want to do all of her patterns, so keep it going. I have a few, but I haven't got them all. I've been collecting.
Yeah. Why am I caught here? Yes. Am I
Is the
going-
mesh side harder?
No, I'm on this bottom and I think I'm going up on the ridge of this bottom.
Because there's so many layers.
Mhm. Oh, no, I got my foot caught in the mesh.
Oh.
Well, no wonder it wouldn't go. Never even thought about that. Come on now. We're so close. So close. Stitch along. Yeah, I'll be glad when I get off this bottom with all these crazy layers. Shoot. Stupid thing. Why aren't we needle down?
You were talking about weather earlier. It's our high 66 today in New Jersey.
Really? Well, this heat
Yeah.
wave coming your way.
I know. I don't want it. You guys can keep it.
We go back down to 60 tomorrow, and that's probably pretty good for right now.
it's so windy here.
Yeah, we seem to get a lot of wind.
I know it.
We're 68 and raining in Texas.
We could really use some rain. There for a while, it was raining all the time, and now it's kind of quit. And it sure snowed a lot. shoot. Spot I didn't catch.
She said to put the whole bag together before you get this. Would it be easier for at least one side bind before you put it together?
Well, the direction, I think so, but the directions say,
Well, I understand.
yeah, but I agree. I think it would be. You wouldn't be manhandling so much on both sides. Yeah, I think it would.
She says the first time.
Right. Okay, let's get around this corner. Okay, first of all, I gotta go down and fix this because I didn't catch it. Come on. Oh, come on. Where's my cutter? Yeah, this is a really bad habit. But it really works. Sometimes. And I think I can pull that up there now and get it to work. Especially if I pin it. Well, and the biggest thing you gotta realize is this is the inside of the bag. I'm not your best looking sewer. I just like to sew. Come on, get over there.
Done is better than perfect, they say.
Well, that's what I always think.
Mm-hmm.
And the Amish always say there has to be one mistake in everything
Right.
because nothing is perfect except God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, let's touch this up. Oh, let's not get caught on the mesh again. There. Dang it. What makes you do that? All right. Okay, one more side. Let's start up here. Wonder if it'd be easier if I did it. Oh, no, can't. Whoops, I didn't catch that. Okay, here we go. Last
One more
last
seam.
sewing. Yeah, seam. It's a little more than a seam. But you're correct. Okay, let me get my stylus up here and let's just make this click.
Did you use the same needle throughout the whole bag?
No, I changed mine just a little while ago. After but I have been sewing on the girls' bags. But no, I changed my needle after every 8 hours. Is what I figure. I'm coming around that corner. It's not that hard.
So just a little something.
What?
What? Get you back on screen.
Oh, sorry.
Not you.
Yeah, I forget to talk. I forget that I'm. Oh, let's see. Yeah, this is the first year Nebraska's had a good year for their shop hop. I mean, weather-wise. I guess when it used to be in May, didn't it used to be in May
No,
or the end of
no, it
April?
was in April.
It was the end of April.
Yeah.
Oh, and then that one year they did it in March. It snowed like a banshee.
In Western Washington, our shop hop is the same start as in June as the row by row, or what it was Quilters Trek. Even though they started that early, tried to start it early last year, they still did it in June.
Huh. Well, June, the weather would be better. And sometimes April's tough because people have kids and still in sports, and it's really hard to, it's hard to do everything. But there were a lot of people out and about this year. I think they're tired of being home. Last year, they started the shop hop 3 times, didn't they?
Do what?
Didn't they start the shop hop 3 times during the pandemic?
No, they extended it.
Oh, they extended it 3 times. They didn't know what to do. I mean, people didn't know when that thing was ever, when it was ever going to get over. And really, for a lot of people, it's not over yet. We're pretty good in Nebraska. Even our big cities are yellow, right on the verge of going green. So we're pretty lucky.
Washington is deciding on Monday whether we're going to go back to phase 2.
Really?
Yeah, we haven't been in phase 3 for very long.
What's phase 3? The good phase?
Better, because right now the restaurants are only at 50% and phase 2 is 25%.
Oh,
Yeah.
gee.
The kids are back in school, but basically I think it affects the restaurants.
Yeah.
I think there's a few spectators in our baseball games. But
I know it affected, my daughter's a hairdresser, and it really affected their business for a while there when they couldn't have people come in. But they hung
Well, there's a
plastic
stronger
and-
strand happening now.
Well, that's what they said. Does our shot work for that one? It does,
No.
doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, great. Can we get that for nothing? Don't tell Margie that. She'll laugh because she told me I shouldn't do it.
What?
The shot. She said the shot doesn't handle the new strain.
You just told me not to tell her and you did.
I know, right? Oh. I don't know. You got to kind of quit worrying after a while because I don't know. I'm just glad kids are back in school because they tested them here in Nebraska and the ones that were schooling from home were so far behind. Even though the parents said that they were doing everything they were supposed to, the learning wasn't the same. I don't know.
I had my grandson here for a week of schooling and he just, I had to keep waking him up and getting him,
Right.
moving along. And then of course you get bad pictures posted through it and
Yeah.
Some of the teachers were crazy. The gym teacher had loud music from, I don't know where it was from. I know it wasn't from any of our musical teachings or learnings. And it was louder than him.
Jeez. Yeah, our kids went back this whole year, but boy, they didn't in Omaha and they didn't in Lincoln. Yeah, but we didn't, I mean, during football, they wouldn't even let us go to a football game, which I thought was dumb. I mean, you're outside, you're not close. I mean, you wouldn't have to be close to anybody. But I felt sorry for the kids because nobody could come to their games. I don't know. It's just been a tough year for everybody, I think. My mother hasn't been out since, well, I guess I took her to the eye doctor. But other than that, she just doesn't go anywhere. It's not worth the risk at 90. But she's still better off than the people in the nursing home who never got to see anybody forever. I don't know. We've been lucky in our jail. This is the first time we've had anybody test positive. We had one jailer, I guess. But she works the end of the week, so I didn't have to worry about her. Come on, we're almost there. Why are you? Oh, I'm at the bottom. That heavy, heavy bottom. Come on, get up there.
Would there be enough binding to cut the binding for the bag even a little wider than what you did?
Maybe. I mean, you could. You could always cut a bigger square. I didn't have this much trouble with my other one. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know. Probably because people are watching.
I was gonna say, it's probably because you have an audience.
I know. I never had this much trouble. I did use my walking foot to bind the first one. But I figure if she didn't, I didn't need to either, but maybe it does help. I don't know. I don't know.
I've always used just my 1/4 inch on all her projects.
Really?
Yep, never used a walking foot except for the quilting part, and that's it.
Wow. So close. Come on. See, and I think I went around and clipped the binding on instead of just doing this free fold.
Little clips in it.
Yeah. I had it all, you know,
Pre-folded.
no, pre-clipped,
You know, I know what you mean.
pre-finished. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that might ease some of it too. Let's not catch that sleeve. Whoa, it's so close. It's so close. Let me tuck this under there. There we go. Come on, get over there. What?
You're on the homeward stretch.
I know, except I got pieces here that need to go down. There we go. I know, I can see the end. The end is in sight. And I still want to tuck that under there. I think I caught all this. All righty. Okay. So now we're going to stick the sleeve in. Obviously, it doesn't matter which end it goes in. And it goes in there pretty tight. And now we're going to birth the bag. Yes. Well, come on. I know you can do it. There we go. Just had to get past that board. And see, that board will keep those little feety things. And we'll pop out the corners. Pop out the top. See, and it doesn't really matter if your binding doesn't look good, because man, the outside does.
And that's probably why.
And we unpin the handle. Pop out these corners. Pop out these down here. And then we have our strap that just hooks on the sides. So let me see how that works. Oh, just like that. Like that, and over to the other side. And that is the ultimate travel bag.
Yay!
I know, right?
Oh, good.
Yay.
Well, that's Bobby's ultimate travel bag. Some of us
That's
haven't got
I
that
know.
far.
I know.
Pretty, pretty, pretty.
Yeah, we want to show and tell. So you guys show what you show how it turns out.
I have my halfway. Mine's halfway done.
Wow.
That looks
That's
nice.
great.
Look
Yeah.
good, Patricia.
So my binding, the sleeve got stuck, so I had to do it. I don't know how many times I've undone stuff.
Well, that looks
But-
nice.
It looks
But-
great.
I gotta do
Very-
the other side.
Very pretty.
Well, you're closer than me.
Me too.
Closer than me
All
also.
on the word.
Yeah, you're all farther along than when you didn't take, before they took the class. I mean, it
That's
just
right.
goes, just keep flowing with it. And you can see, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not a struggle, but it's worth it in the end.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
It's kind of like having a kid, you know? It's a struggle.
I hope not. I was in labor for 3 days with my first one.
Yeah.
I
It
like
won't be bad.
the black on yours.
I don't think it'll be that bad. But yeah. So show and tell, when you get them done, take a picture of them. Take a picture of like front, side, and inside. So we can
Okay,
see how you came out.
sounds good. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank
Alrighty.
you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Bobby.
Beautiful.
Take care, ladies.
Thank
too.
you.
Thanks,
Thank
Bobby.
Bye.
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 Right,
Find us on
bye.
Facebook group.
Bye.
Bye-bye.